Oh, we're back. Like a festering sore wound that never heals. We're back with Escape from Mars. And hopefully we can actually escape from Mars today. I am so done with this planet. I want to get off. We need to get the ship welded and we need to get the hell off this thing so we can start doing something else. Rah! All right. Well, we ain't gonna get here just standing around. Let's get on it. Welcome back. Happy New Year, everybody. Sorry for the long time between posts, playthroughs, save streams, however you're catching this. You know, holidays was busy. Like super busy, and just could not break away. And even when I thought I was gonna have a chance to break away and work on stuff and stream stuff, then other things happen. It was a lot. But we're back, we're happening, and hopefully we can move on to bigger and better things. One of the things I wanted to check, and you can watch me do it, is did I blueprint this? I think I did, because there's a projector on the back of that. So that's not it. That's it. What the hell are they calling this thing? Welder, obviously. And the reason I ask is because I really like this welder. G-Weld 2000, how creative. All right, F10 for the win. G, well, oh yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. I was just thinking this is like, you know, when I was doing my prep work, I was just like, well, I know I've got that. This I don't care. I mean, it's not my best miner. That rover, I built it in under 30 minutes, so I don't really care about that one either. So it's just like, meh. All right, before we get going too far, let's see what we have on board. We got some stuff. We'll give it a go and we'll give it a go and see how it goes. I mean, she's not a cheap welder to make. I mean, just staring at those two large Atmo thrusters on the back. All right, let's get in here. Batteries to make. We have battery stuff. I don't see battery stuff. Meh, meh, meh. Head back and grab some power cells. Yeah, so it was quite a crazy. I had a New Year's party. Everyone dressed up, well, not everyone, but most people dressed up nice and fancy and fun-like, and that was a lot of fun. I always like having people over, trashing the joint. I'm a big fan of the social, so anytime I can have people over, even if it's just like one person, man, it's like. And the funny thing is, this sounds really weird. I like to listen to other people talk. You know, you can't help but, you know, want to respond when other people are talking, but I do actually enjoy, you know, listening to other people talk and hearing what they have to say. And hear their opinions. I grew up with a kind of a, you know, we of Irish family. Like, none of us were directly from Ireland, but our descendants were. But you could tell, even if you didn't know. And stair done. Let's make this interesting. And the common practice was to, with I wanted to get into that other battery before I got that one, but it was not meant to be. So what was common around, it was going to my grandmother's house and sitting around the big table. I mean, you knew you made it as an adult when you got to sit at the big table, you know, and converse with all the other people at the table, you know. And you weren't relegated to the, you know, the kids' table or the living room and just go play in the living room, you know, kind of thing. So, you know, when you got to stay at the big table with the adults, man, that was like a rite of passage. And it was just, and I just always kind of like, I always wanted that. I always wanted to, and the funny thing is like, you know, I just wanted that. I wanted to have the, like, the people over sitting around the table, you know, playing cards, laughing, and having a good time kind of thing. And so when I do have people over, what makes me laugh is that people come over and they just stand around the kitchen in, you know, my, you know, I got one of those island kitchens, and they just stand around there. Like, no one, I mean, there was a few people this year that were sitting at the table, and it was just kind of like, cool, but, you know, and I sit on my ass all the time, so I don't have the dexterity anymore for standing the entire, you know, the entire evening, which sounds odd, but it's just the way it is. This is like, after a couple hours, it's like, I gotta sit down, I can't. And you know, it's like, I wonder how many of my friends, when they come over for an event, a party, wake up the next morning not hungover, but really sore. You know, their legs are really sore. It's just like, why are my legs so sore? Oh, it's because I spent the entire night standing. Oh, that's not gonna get you anywhere. Alright. Some more of them battery action going on here. Need some more of that. See how that rolls out. We'll probably have to do some more detail work later, but for now, I mean, if we can get the bulk stuff welded with this, and then we can go back and just get the miscellaneous bits by hand, that's more than what a man can ask for. Gonna need to get into those big ass frickin' Atmo thrusters at some point. Alright, how close can I get to those batteries? See? Alright, what's going on here? Should be hitting that. Oh, welders are not coming on. They're 100%. Oh, let's do this. There we go. Get in there. what's going on with you? Wake up. Power cells, though. Guess I'm just not getting that tip in there. It's hard to see, even with the show only buildable. Shorter cells around like this. Getting some activity now. Building up something. Get in there. If I can get that, trying to get that, there we go. It's trying to get that one little block in there. Alright, before I get too ahead of ourselves, let's get in here. Cool, I got to that battery. Excellent. Couldn't get to this one, but that's fine. It's fine. So trying to get these batteries built is kind of important because the projector is attached to the base and the base is attached, or the projector is attached to the base, which is getting power, and the projector is attached to the ship. The ship is essentially getting charged, theoretically, by, you know, this bad mamma jam over here. So what's the other thing that's going on here that's not happening? Interior. So we need more interior plates. Let's go grab some of that. Hey, now. That moment where you hit two buttons at the same time. You hit the F and the V key. Like, well, that's kind of epic. So I went third person and escape and jumped out of the cockpit at the same time. That's fantabulous. Alright. I think what I might do is start trying to just load up. I don't know why I switched that. Just load up as much as I can, get those Atmos out of the way, and just try to get as much as I can done with the by hand, so I can just move this along. Where's all the motors at? Oh, right there. About 200 of those. That'll work. Throw that in there. I'll just keep dumping motors into this. So let's go finish out that little corner there, and then we'll just stop worrying about it and really focus on those large sources, because that's what we need this welder ship for sure, is something like that where it takes a lot of parts that would be normally like a lot of back and forth. Like steel plate, who cares? You know, all that armor block, easy peasy lemon squeezy. But the I can do that by hand, but this crap, yeah, I think it'll actually go faster if I just, anytime where it's like something that's gonna take a lot of parts, I'll use this and do the rest of it by hand, and it'll go faster. Ah! Actually, I think what I'll do is empty out what I got in me and then just load up on motors until there ain't no more motors to be had. Because it takes so many motors. I'm just gonna go ahead and move all this. Actually, I can move this back and put this where I'll find it. Nothing but motors. I think this will actually take care of all the motors that actually needs, or get pretty darn close, because it's like 900 each, I think, or it's like 1200. I forget. It's a lot of motors. I didn't even take any. Sure. Try a little welder ship. Okay. Okay. Didn't take any either. What's going on in here? Oh, yeah. Tubes and grids. Tubes and grids. Alright. I have the feeling I might have gone a little overboard on motors. Although, I'm wondering if this blueprint has 4 of those large atmospheric thrusters and not just 2. Pretty curious. But anyway, I did obviously weld some in because we're not as full as we left. grids. We don't have any. Do we have cobalt? Yeah, we got. Weird that the assembler said that. Alright, whatever. Let's do that and give me all of your grids. I think I only need like 100 actually. Let's try that. Let's grab some of this for funsies and ooh, we're hurting on iron. Oh, that's one of the things that we... Oh, yeah, that's one of the things that we left off on, was that we had to go grind more steel plates. Because I animately refuse to mine iron right now, or just... yeah, fine iron. Oh yeah. I'll need more motors there. Those take about an hour, so let's do the same thing over here. Do I even have any steel plates left? Yeah, I do. So those are about 110 each, so we'll need about 500 motors, or 40. Now we're gonna have to take the grinder ship back out, do some more grindy. Grab a little bit more of those just in case, just because we're out. Oh, actually, no, we're not. Let's grab some of this. I'll throw in some of that. 20. Okay, okay. Let's see if that gets it done. That takes care of that. Squeeze in here while we're banging around real hard now. So I think I need to start doing the rest of this by hand. This is getting a little tight. It's getting hard to see. Alright, let's put it back and let's do a little handwork. Actually, I need to probably get more plates first. Let's see where we're at with steel plates beforehand. I'll make a call. Run over to the ye old air base and start stealing some plates from there. Yeah, let's all right, let's we'll start up here. Okay, we got this battery here and steel plate action. Grab that. Steel plate. We're gonna run out of iron here eventually. Oh, it's still holding strong. So I need to, one, stop floating. Ugh. I need to put everything into one thing so I can see what I've got to work with here. This is not conducive. It's not conducive to a positive working. Ended up with a lot more leftover gold than I expected. Okay. Okay, pretty much the iron that we've got in there is what we got. So actually, let's stop that. Because I might need to make some other parts, and I'm gonna need that iron for something else, possibly. And considering that plates are easy to just get instead of making. Now where did I put that? Oh, I put that grinder ship away. Oh, it's like, this is like my inventory's full. Why? Because you're gonna go do something. Okay. Those batteries are up. So, that one back there. Question is, can I get to it? Oh, that's because I haven't even started making the superconductors that I need. Let's see, how am I gonna get to that? So block blue. Let's grind some stuff out of the way. There you go. Probably could have got there from here, but you know, we gotta do what we got to do. Have to, at the very least, get these batteries done. They'll it just needs tubes. That's not bad. Where was that? Where was that little hole that I slid in through? No, it's... Screw it. We're not finding it. Right next to the thruster. See if I can sneak my way in again. Alright, it's right here. Alright, that bad boy's done. Now let's see if we can back our way out of this. There we go. And this. Tubes and computers. Ugh. The space engineer sound when he like lands real hard, it always makes me laugh a little bit. Ugh. Okie-dokie. Smoky jokey. Alright, we got this one. God damn it. Tubes. 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 make sure I can get all these stray blocks while I can as well. Try to work my way back to front. It's kind of what I was saying last time with this is that I want to work. All right, that's the battery that I need. Is that in the thing? No. What do I got on me? Steel plate. Let's use that up first. And grab that from the inside, so we'll go ahead and weld this up. Why are you running? You running too? Show enough.
Energy low.
Listen, judgy person. I don't care about your concerns and my energies. I think I'm a very energetic person. Let's jump in this bad boy. What else has been going on? It's been so long. Well, the thing that I was reading recently, which is pertinent adjacent, I'll say. And the reason why I say that is that so I was just reading that, and I can't remember what particular group. It's basically the group of developers that that work at Microsoft under a particular group, game developers, have unionized, and Microsoft has accepted it, and it's a group that's associated with in a roundabout way, because they never specifically stated it, but it's a group of game developers that I believe are also game developers that are part of Bethesda. And for you space-based game maniacs out there, you're probably aware that Bethesda is in the midst of and currently working tirelessly on a new game called Starfield. Yeah, that's it, Starfield. Which is actually a little behind. They actually wanted to have it out for Christmas, and obviously that didn't happen, but they're still working on it. What is interesting about it is we'll see how this impacts their ability to actually deliver that game. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm for that. There's a lot of in development in all communities, not just gaming. There is a large push to try to get stuff out. You know, it's one of those things I've always had an issue with, which is this being creative on command. You know, this is like, okay, sit down to your desk and be creative for 8 hours. Be creative for 10 hours. It's like, it doesn't always work that way. I mean, bug fixing, it's, you know, and I can tell you from an adjacent standpoint that even fixing bugs isn't one of those things where it's like you can just sit and power through it. It takes sometimes you actually have to just step back, do something else, you know, kind of not necessarily blow it off, but you've got to kind of put your headspace someplace else for a little while, because there's so many times where it's just like you can't, you know, you can't get something, you're trying to fix this problem and you can't get it and you can't get it, and you work on it and you work on it and you work on it and you're not getting anywhere. And you go to bed, you get up the next morning and poof, like it was like, why didn't I think of this, you know, last night, yesterday, when I was trying desperately to solve this problem? And it's just kind of like, well, you're kind of too close to the problem. You need to, you know, your brain just doesn't work that way. And I don't think that all the time that corporations or, you know, development communities completely understand that aspect. You know, that it's not one of, you know, like I said, you can't just sit down and like code, you know. Be creative right now. All right, I show at least 2 batteries incomplete. That is a problem because I only see 4. Is that one back? Oh, I think it's... I think those are batteries that are back there, and they're right about... Yeah, I think it's the ones that are under here. Sure enough. So that armor block I did weld up, I did actually need to be in that. Okay. Well. We have to get the batteries done because we need to give them the most amount of time available to charge. We need the juice, man. Okay, that should take care of all of battery action. Just double check here. Battery 1 through 10 is yes. Yes, indeed. All right, back to the old steel plate. So I think I had intention. Alright, let's weld that and then go get some steel plate, because we're back to that point where we're down to nowhere near the amount of steel plate we're gonna need. And it's gonna get dark soon, which makes it harder. Open the door. Alright, where is it? It's over there. Oh, to grind, to live. Trying to get, ooh, you know what, I'm going to start over here because there's a whole bunch of plates and I don't have to worry about working around all that interior block, which I don't really need. Gotta keep an eye on the hydrogen. This thing is not meant for gravity. It was trying to use a blueprint I already had, and the only ones I had were based on space grinding. I think if I go, I can go as long as 40% on the hydrogen tank before I. So yeah. So, anyways, like the so the developers unionized and they accepted it, and so that's a good thing, and hopefully. It'll get a better working environment. And honestly, I think that getting out of doing crunches where to try to get a game out, they like put developers into like heavy duty OT for long periods of time. I honestly think that like getting into that will actually weirdly they will kind of figure out that they'll actually be more productive and maybe get it out on time or possibly even sooner. I mean, time will tell. Ultimately, it's is like, so in regards to that game, there's been a lot of like, you know, videos that have been coming out about it, and it's really so much more. Most of the stuff that I've seen so far has just really been people just rehashing, you know, the official videos that Bethesda themselves released, and it's like there's one out there that was like an hour plus that it was an extended playthrough, and it says like unless you're a developer on the team, I don't know how how that's really an extended playthrough. So I haven't watched it yet, so I can't say. I'm interested about it. I'm not sure how I mean, ooh, I'm at 24. I need to go. Wasn't paying attention, and I passed that 40 hydrogen mark a long time ago. Yeah, so I am mildly curious about the game, but that being said, it's like not particularly my style of gameplay per se. High-pitched voice, squeaky. Alright, let's just put this down. We waited too long. This doesn't have your front landing gear. If you don't get it right the first time, you don't get it. Ice. Ice. Speaking of ice, we're gonna need more ice. I think. Ice is going to be a thing. Mother of pearl. Because we got to fill the tanks on this, because, you know, we need hydrogen to get out of here. And there's two. Oh, wait, never mind. Forgot. I built an ice rig over here. Have a tank, it's already full. Okay, never mind. The only thing I have to do, and I have the Atmos on there once the batteries are charged, to get it to that point to load it up and charge it up. Alright. Yeah, it's only been like Coon's age since I played this, so. Although, that's not gonna cut it. Where are you at? I had to set up set up a timer block on this. That and no. Well, poop. That's not going to get it done. Alright. Well, let's drop this off. We'll fix that, and then we'll... Yeah, okay. Oh, that's ironic.
Fuel critical.
Nothing like running out of jetpack fuel, carrying ice back to fill up the to charge the hydrogen on another ship. Fantastic. Come on. Two of those should be enough to get it. We'll just let that sit for a minute while we handle this timer block issue. I got 2 containers, man. Why did I not do this? No. I don't know. Alright, we need to... do we not have an assembler on here either? Even ferrying parts back and forth like a weirdo. That's your sweet Bippy. Alright, fuck it. Alright. Timer block. What the hell? You're not a timer block. Let's do this and that. Timer block. Collect it. Alright, what's a sexy spot for you? Oh, here's a sexy spot. Right here. Doesn't go with the color scheme, but who cares? Set up actions. Actually, piston and drill. Just drill piston. Okay. And come on. Set up actions. Increase maximum distance. Boom. And timer block. Start. Okay, now let's check our rotor rotation. It's at 1. We're gonna increase that to 0.2. So that way I don't have to do math. I'm just using numbers I already know. And we're gonna set this to 5 minutes, which is 300. And we're gonna check what this is set at now. Current. Cool. And start. For you kids playing at home, what's going to happen is that every time that timer runs out, it's going to extend that piston 0.5 meters. The rotation is at 0.2, which works out to about every 5 minutes it's going to make a full revolution. So every time it does a full revolution, it'll extend 0.5, which means it'll drill a little bit farther into said ice. And it will keep going until the piston's all the way out. And if you that should keep those busy for a bit. How are you doing? You're at 30%. Did you go through all ice yet? No. Should be enough to get it home. Okay, Smokey. Alright. I'll do another trip later, but that should keep us busy for a bit. There. You know, and I don't need those buildings, so I could probably grind those down and then use the parts from there. I do need that, set of wind turbines to stay up, though. you're wondering, I know that I should actually check to see if I even need them. I'm trying to make sure I have enough batteries for the jump drive, but jump drive probably already has the batteries it needs. It does. All right, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Just all that steel plate action. I'm just gonna be a welding fool. Well, fool anyway. Oh yeah, so Starfield, I was saying on that. It's not really my kind of gameplay, but I am curious because and the difference being as I find that I have a leniency towards the sandbox kind of stuff versus the role play kind of stuff. I tend to get. I mean, once I get into a role-playing game, I can get lost in it pretty quickly. What is your problem? Keep moving out of the way, and it's still like, I'm not gonna. Yeah, like, I've started Skyrim like 3 times and have I've not put that much time in. Yes, I'm one of the few gamers in the world has played less than 100 hours of Skyrim. And it's not because it's not that I dislike the game. It's and the funny thing is like I do like role-playing games. I used to play Baldur's Gate and Diablo like crazy, but I also played those back in the day when, like, you know, sandbox games weren't really a thing, or they were kind of lame, you know. And you know, it's something that it's kind of nice about the, I call it choose your own adventure kind of aspect of things. Before we get too far on this, let's continue on our original plan. Why is it weird? Need that. The yeah, I like the kind of making up your own kind of goals and situation, but it's a double-edged sword a little bit, because like it's one of those things where like I've been playing off and on Star Citizen. Now Star Citizen has some issues. It's not done, and there's like no sense of it going to be done for any relative time soon. It's still, the thing gets me, all right, because I'm gonna be welding this for a while, I have time to go on a little bit of a rant here. And my rant, as it were, is about the, I guess you call it the debate on Star Citizen, if it's a con job or not. And I understand the arguments, and I'm not picking fights with people who are like, it's
Energy low.
a scam or whatever, or they're better about one thing or another. I'm not disregarding those individuals' opinions. It's kind of in that whole vein of the if you feel that way, you feel that way. And where I will only counter is that do respect others who actually do enjoy the game, and don't be like, hey, different strokes for different folks. My thing with it is just the game is playable. It is right now it's playable, and what gets my goat is that it's playable other than some bugs. And instead of what gets me or is this focusing on all these features that they've promised, whereas they could have a done game, like done out, and at least get to beta, and then they can roll back and they can turn back and work on the features. And I don't think people who had donated to the game or the Kickstarter or whatever, I don't foresee them having an issue with that going, okay, we're going to
Energy critical.
wait on these features that we promised that we're in it so that we can finish a playable game. And then we'll go back to working on the rest of these feature sets. The only thing that I would say is as long as they release features, they're not trying to charge for it through like a DLC kind of a situation, then that would be rude and insensitive. But right now I know, because it's what they've communicated, that a lot of focus has gone into the Squadron 42, and that's great and that's fine. Get that done off the books, out the door, and leave a team behind for bug fixes, because anyone who knows the industry knows is that you're never going to get away from having a bug fix team. It's just something you always have. You constantly you're always, no matter what you work on, you're constantly squashing bugs. It's just the nature of the beast. But yeah, get that done, get that out the door, and then do the same thing with the persistent universe. And why am I going inside? I don't know. And then worry about all the other features. Like, I know they've been working really hard on trying to get the physical cargo thing going. It's not, I see how it's important to them because they said they were going to do it, but it's not a feature that I'm like, oh, no physical cargo, screw this game, I'm not playing. In fact, actually, it seems like it's more pain in the ass than what it's worth. It's like, I don't know, I don't know that it's going to pay the dividends that people think it will. While I'm here, I want to get that going, because I don't want to end up using up all the iron I have for something else when I going to need those. While I'm at it, let's look at what else we are going to need for that, because that's not just that stuff. Okay, you're done, you're done. Let's see. I want this, and that. And let's take a look at this. Yeah, gravity components, 20. We're gonna need 6 for the craft Gen 2, so we might as well just call up the 20. Might as well. Yep, that's what I thought. We're gonna need more iron. I do think I have enough gold though, so that's good. Let's doing that. Let's put this into disassemble and let's figure out what we can jam out. We have an abundance of. Don't want to touch the motors, don't want to touch that, don't want to touch that. Unfortunately, this doesn't yield me any. I can almost guarantee I'm not going to use that much glass. Mother of pearl. I think I'm going to have to... Oh, I know. I know. One of those known side effects of gathering the ice. In fact, I set up refineries for it. Yeah. Grab all this other than the gravel, because who gives a crap about gravel? But I called it, man. I knew I couldn't. I needed to stop making steel plate, and I had to go grind it because it's running out, and I needed to save that iron for other stuff. Need this, and let's just go ahead and grab like 200 of that. 200 of that. All I have is space, 200 of that. Hell, all right. Yeah. Sure. How do I keep going there? Don't know. Don't know. Alright. Floor. Bed. That's done. That. Luckily, there's a lot of interior blocks in here. Grab some more. Well, I got the space. Stuff for that. Need stuff for that. So much more steel plate. Arg. Oh, it's trying to finish up stuff behind those blocks.
Energy low.
It's one of the things I don't understand sometimes. Like space engineers is like you pointed at something and then it's like trying to weld the block behind it, or it's trying to weld the block that's behind you. You know? Yeah. What do we got? Window stuff. Window stuff. Get all those containers, and that'll take up a lot of interior plates. That'll keep us busy for a bit. First, juice. Yeah, so the Star Citizen, one of the things is like when you look at Starfield and you're like, Star Citizen still, even in its alpha state and all the bugs, still a much more complete game than in it, even without all of the, that's what gets my goat is that without them finishing all of the dreamed up features that they've talked about, they're still, gameplay wise, they're still kicking their butt out of everything else, to the point where it's just like, I know for a fact that there's like other game development environments that are like, well, we've got to add this feature in our next iteration and this feature in it because it's in Star Citizen and you got to compete. I mean, it's the way it is with anything, you got to compete. Jam, man. Let's see that. Weird. But yeah, the there's a lot to that game that I like, and it's just one of those things where it's just like, just everything's good, just fix it. Yeah, I mean, when I get into it, and when I'm playing that, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, I've gotta, this is my life for a bit. So I've, in fact, actually, and it's funny too, is that when I'm playing in my personal time, I have to, I get anchored into playing like one thing versus another thing, and so like when I'm playing Star Citizen, I don't touch Space Engineers at all, and it's it's a drive. Next thing you know, it's just like you get up and you're like, okay, how much do I have to do today of constructive human stuff before I can start to play, video games again? And the game I want to play is, that one. this over. Ugh. I don't know, man. It doesn't look good. Like, got too much I gotta do in random areas to. It's kind of hoping to get to a point where this was like done today, but it's not. It's not looking too good. It's not looking good. Oh, we'll do. We're gonna make our best effort. Oh, small tubes. Ah, small tubes. And computers and displays and grids and everything. Alright, let's see, what do we got? Let's put about 100 of this back. Keep that. Let's, what about? Yeah, let's just put all that back for now. Keep the motors. Okay, 4 of those. And let's see. Oh, I don't need 116. I need 72. Don't need any more of that. To take, you know, normally I round out with steel plate, but I'm out. Should probably go get more. Man, it's because things got just random crap every. Sometimes, so for those who don't know, the ship that I'm building is actually a modified version of a ship that you can buy in the game, space credits from Space Station, or yeah, one of the when you can buy rovers and ships and pre-built. So this is one of the Keen pre-built ships, but it's modified slightly because I purchased it, modified it slightly, then blueprinted it. And so, but it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't know how exactly it goes together because I didn't build it entirely. I've repaired it a few times and stuff like that, but it always. Whether it be one of Keen's things or this double-sized inventory, it really throws me off. When with Keen built stuff, like sometimes, particularly when I'm playing, and it's one of those things that I want to do again is play economy, i.e. Where you restrict yourself to, instead of building ships, you can only buy them. It's fun, and it can be a little grindy because you have to do missions, and you can do a lot of like trading and stuff like that. That's and it's actually an interesting way of playing. And I recommend everyone give it a go, to just do it like that, where you kind of like, because what makes the game interesting is always when you're tying your hand behind your back in some form or fashion. I don't know why I'm in here. And that's a good way. It's like you can only build bases, you can't build ships, and makes it really challenging. And The way that I play it is that you can modify ships, you just can't you can't build from scratch. Because one of the fun things to do is that, for me anyways, is like modifying existing ships, like finding a crashed ship and kind of putting it back together, or taking a ship that you purchased and modifying it to suit your needs. That's fun because it forces you to use some different muscles, because you know, when you design things from scratch, it's like, okay, you know, set down a landing gear or, you know, rotor, whichever method that you use, and then you kind of go through and it can be challenging in its own right to try to kind of come up with new designs and come up with new ways to do things. I found that the best way for me is that I will change around the method that I use for starting builds and stuff like that. So like small grids, I generally start, so with small grid designs, I start with the functional bits and then I design the exterior around the functional bits. Subsequently with large grid, I do it the other way around, where I figure out basically the design, the outer shell, and then I make all the parts work within that. And that's usually because, like, large grid can be difficult to work with in the sense that everything ends up really big. You know, so, and at least I have an easy enough time getting the functional bits to fit, like refineries and survival kits, what have you, making them fit into whatever. It's just that I have to get the whatever first. So, but what I'll do is that, so to kind of come up with, you know, but everything will start to, after a while, look relatively the same because you kind of using the same palette, as it were. And so I will challenge myself. I'll change stuff up, so I'll do it the other way around, where it's like I did, or I'll do something like one of the things that I built not too long ago, and I don't know how I'm ever going to show it off or if I'm going to use it. It was one of those, it really ended up being more of a proof of concept than anything else, but it was, the idea was small grid gone large, so trying to see how big of a ship I could make, but in small grid, which is very challenging because it's just so many blocks. So many blocks. There's a lot. But that was one way of doing it. Like I said, changing it around, so you do the layout first and then build the functional stuff later and fit that in, and changing the layout, you know, because this is like, well, it's small grid, and even though I have it laid out like this, I'm not going to be able to get, you know, this hydrogen generator in here somehow, and see, keep moving stuff around. And there's the usual stuff, and this is like rover versus stuff, you know. For when I first started, a lot of everything that I was doing was trying to make it. It's funny. It was like when I first started, I was always trying to make things as small as I possibly could. Like, what's the smallest large grid ships that I could make that were fully functional or that served a purpose, then it was, all right, now I got to figure out how to do really big ships. And interestingly, like, really big ships are harder. Which, you know, sounds kind of obvious, but damn it, did it again. Worse this time. I only got 10. Get talking. Stop paying attention to what I'm doing. Alright. Wheel. Are you even any ice in here? There's ice in here. What's going on? Jen. It's on. It's taking a coon's age to fill. Well, the upside is I don't have to try to get ice to it. Just... I never named it. Or somehow it changed its name, but either or. Well, we'll just let that sit and fester for a bit. Let's grab the rest of these. I don't want to spend too much time hand grinding. What I will do is grab what I did. Oh, yeah. Get in there. Now I forgot what I was saying. It's Easter famine here. So yeah, I was talking about Star Citizen. Yeah, so it's like I feel like the game, they just switched direction slightly. Not not a major shift, but I mean some of it I know that they're already kind of. I mean they got some teams working on bug fixes, stuff like that, and they're handling it release. It's just one of those things where it's just like, if it were me, if I was king, I would shift focus to just go through, get all the ships into their, new gold standard. In other words, set a demarcation line. Okay, everything has to work, meet the gold standard at this point. We're not gonna make any new ships. We're not gonna. We'll finish up the planets and scenarios and all the other gobbledygook that we've got going on, and we'll just make the game solid. It's that, I'd call it the race for beta. And then, because that's the thing is like they're in still alpha, which means that what you're saying is that you haven't even got the base game done yet. There's always that possibility that there might run into something where it facilitates a full code redo, but it's doubtful. There's just too much code there to like scrap it and start over, and so I'd say that's anything to really worry too much about in this juncture. Alright. But I would just like to see it get to that point. Because people will play, and the other thing I'd also say is stop with Kickstarter stuff. There's no need for it at this point. Put it in beta, sell it. People will spend the money, trust me. I mean, considering the fact of how many people have spent money on just ships that... This is the one that gets my goat. Like, you know, like I said, I'm not bagging on the people that think the game's kind of a scam or a shiv or whatever. I forget what... I don't think it's shiv. But, you know, whatever. You know, more power to them. You know, everybody's got their opinion. And there is a level of validity to it, but the other side of that coin, not to throw shade or anything like that, I don't understand the people that have spent thousands of dollars on a game that's not done yet. You know, I can totally understand. I mean, I have bought the, you know, base level ship. In fact, I have actually even spent a little bit extra, and just because, you know, of yield and patience, I went and got, you know, something so that, I mean, because it was like the thing that I was doing was taking a while, so it's just like I could just spend the money and buy the ship, and I did. And that's it. Like, I think that they could actually monetize from a standpoint, in a valid way. They could monetize from just get rid of the Kickstarter thing, change your site around so that, you know, and then don't ever sell a game, sell ships. Or, you know, you know, just basically how the Kickstarter model is right now, which is like, all right, to, you know, game is free, but to actually download and play it, you need to purchase the, you know, at least one ship. You know, and the idea of, like, you know, if you grind hard enough in the game, you can just, you know, make it purchase the ship with in-game money would be totally fine too. And, you know, there's things like maintenance items and stuff like that that you need to kind of maintain your ship, and, you know, you can monetize that too. I'm totally fine with that. But this, like, getting people to spend, you know, donate more money on a Kickstarter for features is just, it's digging a hole that you can't climb out of, essentially. Alright. Oh, I need those. Don't know what else I need, other than going and grabbing more steel plate. Be way easier if I just hit the bullet, and that was the other thing I was gonna do. And mine some iron. That's so defeatist. I need, yeah. The hell do I got on? Steel plate, probably. Ironically. Oh. Yeah, the medical components for the med bay that you started and you forgot that that's what you were working on.
Energy critical.
Bruh. But we will see. I mean, I stopped playing because you know, was on the precipice of the 3.18 version coming out, and every time like a version, I think that we consider, it's not what we consider a major version, because 2 to 3 would be, or 3 to 4 would be a major version. A minor version, I guess it would be, but I think they call it a major version release. Actually, I do think they call it a minor version release. At any rate, they're going from 3.17 to 3.18, and whenever that happens, basically you lose anything. It's kind of like a game reset. So I was just like, well, guess I'm holding off on doing anything, you know, until that solidifies. I got to the point where it's just like, all right, you know, I'll wait till that gets done, and then I'll kind of start back up again, and then I'll be good for another 2 to 3 months. Actually, it's like 3 months. I think they're trying to do a quarterly cycle, I think. And we're running out of these two. A cat desperately wanting my attention. He's polite. He's a polite cat. He doesn't meow in my face or scratch at me. He just taps me on the shoulder. But he can be pretty insistent. He's like, hey, love me. Love me. And he does not care what you are up to. Because your video game means nothing to me. I am a cat. I have needs, and my needs are you to pet me. No. Kyle. Yes, I gave my cat a human name. Mostly because I named him after, in the movie, I believe it's Stealing Harvard, and they're trying to rob a liquor store, and they're arguing over names. And I thought that was hilarious. It was like, I want to be Kyle. So I named the cat Kyle. That, and I just like the idea of, like, you know, coming into the kitchen and yelling, Kyle, get off the counter. People are always like, you shouldn't give your pets real names, and I think it's hilarious. Stop. This cat is very insistent. He keeps tapping me and tapping me and tapping me. So I rub him a little bit, and he's like, okay. Now he's gonna start doing this thing that does really annoy me. To get my attention, because he thinks I'm ignoring him or something. Even though every time he taps me on the shoulder, I pat him a little bit. He'll now start crossing back and forth in front of me, in front of my monitor. He's like, oh, yeah. Sir, I don't know if you noticed, but I am here waiting your pets. Such a goober. Actually, I can start pulling mortars for that. Oocha, oocha, oocha. Okay. Let's see. Grids and tubes. Gonna need them. I'm feeling I'm gonna have to like mine some iron. It's getting to that. It's that point, man. Said I wasn't gonna do it because I got all this iron just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere, but it's either retrofit the current miner, current grinder ship, or
Fuel critical.
just suck it up and mine iron. I gotta even figure out where I got iron at. Let's see. First, I'm gonna jump in here. Or let's turn it on. What we got? Yeah. Nice silver and cobalt. Might have to go hunting. Oh yeah, let's take a quick look and see if I can find something around here. Ice. The irony of things is how many deposits of ice there are. Magnesium and ice. Ice. This way. More freaking ice. Come on, one iron deposit, man. Real iron, there we go. There, let's see. Back this off a bit. Let's come down a bit. Let's make a GPS. Mars. Iron. Alright. God. Damn it. I don't know. It kind of feels like giving up, but actually, let's get a little closer. We're gonna start on that garbage. got a decent amount of reverse thrust on this. It'll be fine. Oh, so since talking about like games and developers and updating, as many of you know, that the Space Engineer's next update it's in the wings. It's delayed, and I feel that's like a common theme, and you know, I don't blame developers at all. Like, COVID threw everything a bit into a loop. So these things happen. So, you know, missing a cadence, these things happen. It's not a big deal. I am not as excited as some may be about the whole, like, of the stuff that's coming out now. In fairness, I don't know if they call it program block, but the new AI blocks that they have do look ridiculously interesting. You know, the idea is like you can build your own buddy. It solves a problem that I've had, but I mean, I'm sure there's a script out there I haven't looked. But it's a problem that I've had where when you build like a big, particularly because I play by myself, when you build a big command carrier type ship, you kind of want to have like drones that go with you, follow you around, to protect said big ass ship. And you know, and with the current remote control block, you know, that's not an easy thing to do, because you can only like set a route on a GPS, and so you can't really fly a command ship and then have, you know, protection drones fly around you. You know, I imagine. So my dream, as it were, is to be able to run a command carrier style ship, and when being attacked, that you can launch like a bunch of drones to defend you. I think that would be pretty rad. All right. See that it is starting to work on the gravity components, which means we're probably pretty close on these. No, these are, yep, superconductors. Wrenches. And that, completed that stupid timer block, and now that timer block is the one that it's the that ship uses the timer block method for opening and closing doors. This is kind of annoying. It's not annoying, it's fine. It's, you know, it's just different. I've done it. I know the setup. But for now, I'm gonna go over here and turn you off. Let's see, we should only need 5 more. And the jump drive can be charging as well as the batteries. Which is, that's pretty epic while we're building the rest of this. Let's take those. take the ones for the graph gen, except for the fact that I don't know where that gets placed yet. Well, I know where it gets placed. It's like somewhere in here somewhere. And the good news is like looking at that battery that's right there, that's almost, yeah, depleted. Oh yeah, it's because I just welded that up, but what was the charge on it? 2.3. It's getting there. If it wasn't for the steel plate problem, we'd be doing pretty good. We're have 2 refineries, so how are we doing on iron? Probably will need to make a couple trips to get it all, but it's not too bad. It's enough to get that much going. Let's make one more trip, and then we can get back to welding. Yeah, I remember why I don't like this one. Is it's only got 2 side thrusters, which makes it a pain in the ass to control because it'll slide really bad. There's ways around that, but the other part is that to make it so that it would properly tunnel, I had to mount the drills higher than I normally do, which makes it hard to see. Especially when you're doing something like this. I like going into... I have a weird affliction for going into mining holes really flat, really fast. Yeah, so like I said, it's just like the new update. I believe that with, and I know it can follow character, I don't know about following the ship. That'll be something to experiment with. But yeah, it'll be really cool that I can open up the, I can launch off the side of my large grade carrier ship and, launch a bunch of drones to defend the carrier against, attacking hordes. I think that would be really cool. So for that aspect, I'm interested in the new update. And figuring out new blocks is always kind of fun. Let's go. Come on, be over here. Let's get back in there. Other than that, there hasn't been... I always say this is like, oh, there's nothing really too exciting about the next update, and then the new one comes out and it's just like, oh gosh, then there's like this whole like new block that I use all the time. That's how I felt about like when they came out with the half blocks, the different size, I forget what they're called. But like when they came out with a new series of blocks with, I think it was the Industrial, or it was the Warfare 2 update. I think it was the Warfare 2 update. Yeah, it was a big one. I mean, the Warfare 2 update was huge because like you're talking in the Industrial, you're like, we had new, I'm using a lot of the Industrial blocks and like the refineries, and I'm a huge fan of the Industrial cargo block because it just looks better. And with the looks better, I remember someone saying like there might be another reactor one, or a redesign of something. No, there was just like, it was something that is, I think it was reactor because it's going to be like the 3rd iteration of the reactor design, because the first one in the early days was kind of gross. All right. that should make it so that we can handle. Oh, you know what we needed to do? I'll do it on the other assembler actually. Need you. You're done. You're done. So I can weld you and you. Trick here is trying to not. You have to kind of go into blocks and making sure that like the block you're welding is not blocking something that's not welded. I mean, with the armor blocks, it's pretty easy to see whether or not it's, because when you start it, you can see through it. In fact, it's actually easier when you start it and go, oh, no, I gotta pull that back. No, I was just looking at it wrong. Looked like I was an incomplete block under there, but it wasn't. We're moving right. Yeah, so the other thing to kind of keep in mind when they do like these releases is that, you know, yeah, they give out some insider info and like stuff to kind of get you excited about the thing, but I always find that they always hold something back that is like, oh yeah, we didn't tell you about this one and we didn't spoil this thing, and it's like the greatest bit, or at least for me, what it ends up being is it's not that they didn't spoil something. It's just something that most people don't give a crap about, and to me, it's like, oh wow, they added this. This is the best thing ever, you know. So, because, you know, everybody gets excited about different things. I get excited about stuff that people don't and give two craps about, and subsequently there's things that other people get excited about, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I think that was actually the conversation that was happening today amongst my friends. It was like someone was talking about, oh, this new app, this app is like the coolest thing, and I'm like, okay. I don't need it and I don't use it. I'm not saying it's not cool. That's the thing is I think it gets misinterpreted. I'm not saying that it's probably not really, really cool. If the only time I really get excited about something is that if it's something that I've needed and I couldn't find. like, you know, if you tell me there's like this new music app or there's this new thingamajig that solves a problem I'm currently trying to solve, then I'm super excited. But I don't get excited on just random stuff, you know. It's just like, oh, that's cool, but I don't need it. Or I haven't needed it yet. And so, you know, my excitement is, you know, my interest in it isn't as high as somebody else's, and I feel bad at times because it's like they're super excited and I want to be excited for them, but it's like I don't really care. All right.
Energy low.
Oh, come on. I'm kind of excited because I know that I'm about mid-ships, so the prospect of getting close to done is close. I mean, other than the fact that I need a ridiculous amount of steel plate, and I've had to succumb to mining. I do feel I need to slow down slightly and just kind of check to make sure that I'm getting all the stuff that I need to get. As I've said in the past, generally it's a good idea to check your hydrogen when you're charging your suit. Just grab that because it's just being annoying at this point. Alright. So, everything here on the back end looks pretty good. Not seeing any glowy ball blocks. Let's head down here. Looks good there. What's this jump drive doing? Charged, baby. And you guys are charging as well. Excellent. Okay, this room looks done. Check, make sure that there's not any parts that think they're done, but they're not really. Okay, that's good. And here, oh, there we go. That's one. Couch. Bathroom. Alright, and then we're down here. Ah, missed those. Windows are done. I did check the ones over here though. Oh, but I missed a light. I missed a light over here. Oh, got that. It's always the little nitty bitty stuff that gets you. Like there. There's two up here. I think I have to change. No. Okay. And we have this here. Interesting that I'm running low on that now. Let's make some of that, and while we're at it, we're gonna throw some more of that at you. I think I have a connector on this other side too. You know what? I need motors to and tubes to finish out those. Finish out that set of tubes over here. Side note, my newly upgraded rig has been performing quite well. The heat rolling off of it from doing this stream and playing this game at the same time is nice in the winter. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the summer. I think my goal is by the time summer rolls around, I might be moving the streaming portion to another computer. I gotta work out how that process works. But I feel I'm gonna have to offload that workload just to not. For two reasons. One is that I want to see, I mean, also, and it might come up in the current Sunday stream since I'm not actively doing from outer space right now. Working on trying to it doesn't get, what's the best way to put this? It's not as I'm bored with it. Let's just put it that way. Let's like not beat around the bush. I won't say I'm bored with it. It's not going the direction that I wanted it to, or the velocity that I wanted it to. It's supposed to be at a different place. I'm role playing it, and so, you know, things happen. You know, but the thing is like, there was certain expectations that events would happen organically that have not. So I'm having to kind of figure out how to kind of force it without forcing it. It's hard to describe. Essentially, I've got a plan.
Energy low.
And it's gonna be really cool if I can execute it. The problem is that it's a little challenging for me because instead of kind of just role playing ad hoc, the things that happen, I'm having to kind of plan a bunch of stuff out. And so I'm working on it. So some background on that whole stream. So the idea is that I wanted to role play it so it tells a story. That it's not just like this. This is cool because it gets to hang out. But the idea is that I want it to be a more like role play, story tell kind of thing. And so I'm trying to kind of stay immersed in it. In other words, I'm trying to keep it, you know, so it's a combination of organic but having a storyline that's really kind of tricky in that regards. The idea being is that things that happen in that, you know, that they state, so that even though it's a 3-hour stream, that there's a story being told. Damn, I know there was a second one that I started. Where'd it go? Where are you? Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. Hold that up anyway. And that one too. That's already started. There it is. Not where I thought it would be. To be honest, I don't think it actually does anything. I think it was something that was part of the original design that I disabled. Girders for these, I think. Ease. Yeah, so what can I say without giving too much away? The next round of stuff is gonna be a little bit more focused on creating the backstory. So the story as it goes right now is, for those who aren't watching, or just because of the fact it's been stretched out so far. God damn it, that's what I gotta do. It starts out as a pilot is sent to a system that has been evacuated due to some kind of threat, and he's going there to investigate what that threat might be or what that threat is. That's all he's supposed to do. But in the process, he gets shot down. In the process of getting shot down, he gets knocked out and loses his memory. So he has to not only, you know, so everything comes back to him essentially in not necessarily flashbacks, but in dreams. So he'll go to sleep at night and he'll have dreams that'll be of things in his past, and it's like, oh, okay, you know, like, okay, I remember what my mission is now, and you know, and then now I know how to, and now I remember how to do this, and you know, and you know, his suit's all messed up because of the accident which he got knocked out for too, so that's causing him problems. And so essentially, oh, there is more big thrusters. That's unfortunate. I mean, I kind of figured there were. I don't know if I made enough motors for that. Yeah, so, and where the kind of story led it to right now is that he's kind of like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this whole like being a space engineer and stuff. I'm just gonna settle on this planet, and that's it. I'm just calling it quits. You know, so I gotta take the storyline out of that. And so, yeah, so where it's kind of left off is him and then just like, screw it, I'm done. Just gonna set up shop here and stay home. And I've kind of been doing some flashbacks where it's like there's a person, there's like a woman, like that he wants to get back to. So I'm gonna push that angle a little bit. But so what I figured I needed to do is, one, I gotta up the action a little bit, which that's an easy thing to fix, which will be addressed shortly. The next is also, I'm gonna be focusing on backstory, and there needs to get, it's lacking a coherent direction. Okay, you have to go, you know, it's just like with a lot of other things where it's just like, oh, I found this map, and then you follow the map and you find this treasure that near this, you know, clue that leads you to the next thing. You know, in other words, like when you do a role-playing thing, and generally you battle a boss, get a clue, which leads you to the next thing, yada yada yada. And there's none of that that's really in place, and I'm trying to figure out how to synthesize that in an organic fashion, which sounds like a lot of heavy lifting, and it is. But I figured that, like, what I'll do is, it's my thought process without giving too much away, is that I'm gonna throw in a little bit more backstory into it. Try to kind of give, and then, but this thing I have left to solve is, like I said, that I don't want to say Easter egging, but that kind of like, okay, from here go here, from here go there, you know, that like next steps kind of thing. So I'm not trying to figure that part out yet. So essentially, it's kind of on hiatus. It's on a break.
Energy low.
All right, try to work out that. So to take that time slot, I'm actually revisiting something I started a while back, which was a stream on learning to SE, which is, I'm gonna shift it a little. It's still gonna be learning to how to space engineers, but the focus is really gonna be like, all right, we're gonna build a base, you know, and it's less like a lot of the stuff that I do with this, which is like, this is how I do stuff, and here's a method for this, and here's some information about drills, and you know, all that jazz. But more, it's just kind of like a play along type deal. Oh, I need and I think I'm gonna need more damn. Yeah, so I'm pretty close. I need to with from outer space. I just need to do some editing of some cutscenes, and I need to that I've kind of already filmed, and then I need to. There's like one other thing. I'm honestly waiting for the new update. So for two reasons. One is that I want to be able to use those new AI blocks to do some stuff that makes it easier in the kind of filming process of it all. And two, I'm hoping that they fix so there's a replay tool that you can use to turning these off so they're not drawing power out. So they did make a change in one of the last updates that makes it so they don't use as much juice as they used to. In fact, the thing that uses the most juice is actually these days is the O2H2 gens, besides things like jump drives, which is kind of obvious. But yeah, the replay tool is currently broken. So with the replay tool, what you can do is that you can create multiple characters. You kind of record them doing a thing, like an action, or you know, like run through a doorway, wave, shoot a gun, what have you, and then you can replay the, you know, so you record it and then you replay it, and then you can do another character. So you can have like 5 different characters, 5 different NPCs essentially that you are controlling that execute a certain action. So you can have like a group of like 6 guys. So when you see when they do a new update, the person that you know, they do all of that, like with the new update, you have a new visual that shows like 20, you know, 30 guys like doing some kind of combat scenario thing, and that's all filmed by one dude who just uses the replay tool to create all of those, you know, those characters making those motions. It's not like he gets 20 of his friends together to film a scene. God damn it. I know I've recorded that like a bunch of times. Just need to grab the computers and just do it. Get that thruster? I'm pretty sure I did. Nope. So it's been broke, and it works as long as all the characters are standing. But what's happening is that if you have a seated character, you can't do any of the other characters. It gets locked, and which sucks. Because it's like, there's not too much. It's like, if you just want to have one character sitting, you can't, because it's now broken. So it's kind of pissing me off. So I'm hoping in the next update that part of that update is fixing that. It might not happen, but I was at a point where I needed to kind of take a break anyway. So this is like, because I was doing all of these other cutscene work and stuff like that. So it was like, And I'll stop here. I'll see if they fix it. If they don't, then I'll work around it. And if they do, great, then I can use it. So hopefully that happens. Damn it. Should have known there was more than just 2 gyros. Couldn't be so lucky. Where's this other one? Waiting for this. Okay, sure. Well, so much for finishing tonight. There's only about 20 minutes left. Can run a little long, but it's not like I'm gonna get this done. I was really hoping to be like, I guess before I started, I thought I was farther along than I actually was. Oh well, I think they were in a good spot that should be able to finish next week though. But I feel like I said that last time. So the reality is that I know I am actually pretty close because I have this midship section and then the bridge area, which is just mostly just blocks, you know, armor blocks and windows. But it also require, I'm waiting on assemblers to make parts. And then for me to make more steel plates, I'm gonna have to mine one more time. Let's just do that right now. Hell, I hit the wrong button. Turned my gyro off. I was like, why all of a sudden am I frozen? Well, since I'm doing a bunch of spoilers, I'll spoil this one a little bit. I do have, there is a follow-on plan for this. Gotta back out, kid. You can't turn around yet. You don't have enough of the way. Out's the way. Yes, this will keep continuing, but it'll be something different. Not gonna tell you, but I will say that it's just like, once I get off of here, that's not the end of it. kind of why I wanted to get off here. Is I want to get on to the next, what I've been referring to as the next chapter. Cannot see with those drills arranged the way they are. It sucks because I'm normally very much a first-person flyer. Like Elite Dangerous, Star Citizen, all of them. I mean, because most of them force you into looking through the cockpit, and I mean, they have third person camera views, but it's actually, for me, it's kind of a pain in the ass to keep track of what's going on. Plus, I just think it's a normal game mechanic. I mean, from the first days of any kind of spaceship combat games, you know, it was always like from a cockpit view. It was never, I mean, I'm trying to think. I like, damn it. Like the original, like, I'm trying to think of like the original Star Wars games, or the original, what was Star Fox, I think it was. So the many of you know, like, the whole Star Citizen is based off of, oh no, it's Wing Commander. The whole Star Citizen is basically the guy who came up with Wing Commander. Which is Roberts, I can't remember his first name. He's the one who has the vision of Star Citizen and what he was shooting for, and he's taking the approach that was the same approach that was used with Wing Commander, which is like, we're not gonna let whether or not the technology exists be the thing of whether or not we do something. If we want it, we'll just figure out a way to develop it, or the technology will come around eventually. Was kind of one idea, one concept that he kind of threw out there. Did I ever actually want that? Yeah. And so that was the idea with Star Citizen. It's like, let's design this with the intent that it may be slow and kind of janky to begin with, but the technology will come around eventually. And with the state of like video card technology and CPUs, I mean, I think that even that's getting a little undershot. I mean, there's the reason why that game is having such a hard time. I wouldn't say it's having a hard time. It's taking so long to get to a release date is because of the fact that it is built around a concept of like, we're pushing the limits of where technology is at currently. Because the game we need to design one step beyond of where we're at right now. Which I dig. I mean, it's what makes And it's just like, and what makes it so kind of feature rich is because of the fact that there's so much of that game that is, you know, driving into a new area. The idea that you can, I mean, it's one of the reasons what really brought me to Space Engineers is the idea that you can be in a ship that's in motion and you can move around inside it. That you can, you can be like, if there was another player and they were like if I was playing with a friend and they were moving around the ship, I could see them moving inside the ship. And the fact that you're going from, one of the things that I kind of did in one of my first videos when learning how to edit videos, which was, this is like, what is Space Engineers? It's a first-person shooter game. On top of it's a role-playing game. It's a fighter game. It's it's a sandbox game where you can where Space Engineers kind of beats it is the fact is that you get to build the ships versus just having to purchase them. But they're making it that immersion. I mean, the trade-off is the ships are so much better. I mean, because there's only so much shapes that you can do with like block or block technology. Like I've just in this save alone, I've made some kind of elaborate ships, but they don't look quite as good as what you can make because I can't do, like, there's just certain things you just can't do. There's just shapes that you can't make in Space Engineers. Rounded has always been a big challenge, and people get like butt hurt when rounded blocks in Space Engineers, but it's because working with rounded is hard, and they don't match. They don't match up with anything because there's not very many rounded blocks. You place a rounded block, and there's not very many, if any, blocks that would go with it. So you're kind of in this like, all right, well, what the hell do I do with this?
Energy low. Fuel low.
I think like there was a block somewhere around here and I missed.
Fuel critical.
I heard you. I foresee it, but I heard you. I was kind of heading this way anyways because my suit energy was low. Do this. Yeah, let's jump in here first. We're really close looking at this, so I might push just a little bit farther. You can tell I redid this because obviously the new style conveyors are in place. I was really excited about those, talking about like updates that took place, things that got added to an update that I really dug. Yeah, those were nice. I mean, there's the armored conveyor mod, which I used the crap out of. It was kind of, there's certain mods that are kind of like mainstay mods, like when you boot up a fresh new play through of Space Engineers, there's mods that you just load automatically. For me, it's first one is Splitsie's.
Fuel low.
What? Oh, I forgot to change the damn bottle.
Fuel critical.
Splitsie's sneaky sounds. I am in love with the idea of. It's just one of those things where the Space Engineers one, even though I've tried a bunch of different settings to try to get the tool noise down, but still be able to hear everything else, and it just doesn't balance out right. So that mod really was handy. Obviously, I think there's not a person who's played more than 100 hours of Space Engineers who hasn't installed BuildInfo and BuildVision. Like, the two go hand in hand, and they're just like mainstays. Like, if you install nothing else, those. And for me, the Ore Detector Plus mod, it's one of those things. To me, it was the first mod I ever sought out and installed, because I just felt like the default ore detector settings were just disgusting. No other way to put it. Small grids ore detector is the same as like my hand drill. That's just ridiculous. Alright. I thought there was another block. That one. No, guess not. Where's these? Oh. Getting to the point now where I'm doing a better job of working back to front. So it's not just so random. Big thrusters. Let's see, how many motors does it take? 1100. Yeah, okay. So that's when we're gonna break out the welder ship again. And I know it's midnight. I'm gonna run a little bit long, so I need another 2200 motors. Glorious. More of that iron, so I'm thinking I'm going to run at least another hour. Well, no, not at least another hour. I'm gonna go ahead and do another. I'm gonna run a little bit long. I think I'm close enough. I might get there. Probably be exhausted tomorrow, but oh, damn it. So what I just did there is if you're running too fast towards something, like really, really fast, just do a roll. Yeah, because I mean, the reason being is that I am so. It's one of those, I'm so close yet so far away. Because I'm at the bridge. But other than those two large thrusters, I feel like I'm really close. I mean, you can kind of see it. Okay, let's put you here into that. We'll continue on. There was stuff that I needed. Yeah. Lights are gonna be one of those ones where I'm gonna like have to go back through the ship and like check to make sure I got them all. I gotta be careful about welding it because I still have to actually get a welder ship in there. Put on the metal playlist because I went through my usual stream. I have like playlists that work out to about the same length as the stream, and went through both those, so which usually signifies I'm towards the end. And I use the term metal loosely. Whoever curated this list is curious. Actually, I shouldn't judge it. I think it's me. Actually, no. No, I hit that one. Yeah, this isn't the one that I made. I think. It could be. I could suck that bad. There's that talking about round blocks. This is like, that comes out being rather random. Work on that. You know, I'm pretty sure that I had put that into my build inventory, my build planner at least a couple of times. Let's just do these. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's try not to forget about them. I remember this from when I was redesigning this thing. There's like this set of passageway blocks in here for no reason. It's not any that I could surmise. Trying to see where my, okay. I've got a bunch of iron. It's just sitting in the, it's like, why do you not iron? No, it's just sitting in a weird spot. There we go. I want.
Energy low.
Oh, are you kidding me? Let's get these first so I don't get them. Yes, this is the list I curated, so it's my fault that those are still in there because I still. And the reason being is this is because I started it and finished it. I remember because I remember this song. This is the end of the ship, so if I can just get through this bottom half, this bottom section, and those two big ass thrusters, I'm in business. Alright, door. There's that crab gen that I was wondering where it was at. See what I got. Door. A little bit more than that. Door. Tubes. cool if I could get the interior of this done. Like how I just welded through the window. Okay. Aiming at the window, and no, it starts the thruster. Groovy. Just kind of waiting on steel plate. Is there anything in the G menu? I'm doing that thing again where I'm concentrating and I get quiet.
Energy low.
That's done, that's done. Always kills me that I never realized that that ladder can actually, or that you can stick stuff to the end of those blocks.
Energy critical.
Okay. While we're waiting for this charge, let's figure out how we're doing on motors. Get one thruster done. In that one, my O2 doesn't go up. Oh, that's right, because yeah, that one's, the cockpit is not connected directly to the, I just forget about that. It's just like when I jump in that one, I was like, why is my O2 not going back up? Getting there. Slowly. just saw something. Okay, there we go. Funny thing is I tend to get frustrated at blast door blocks because it's like, oh, the iron for nothing. Kind of waiting now just to I've got this other stuff. Kind of waiting now just to kind of produce for production. And it's one of those the usual things where it's just like, well, I could stop what I'm doing to address that issue, but it'll take time away from what I'm, currently doing. So, it's what's the more efficient thing to do. It's better, right now I think it's just better to focus on this right now. Damn you. Yeah, I knew that. It's happened because I saw that rail block right here. Which means there's probably one. No, not there. Right there. Might bit stormy out. Alright, let's squeeze in here. This. That. Block is done, yes.
Energy low.
We're at the tip of the spear, man. Note to self, always sit in that cockpit so I can just move big parts into that one. And just, you know, you see one and you're like, man, hopefully I can get to it. Getting super close. It's, down on nitty gritty. And I just ordered up 13,000, since I want 17,000. Okay, we're good. It's getting real close. Not entirely sure I needed all of that steel plate now. Do need the winder stuff. let's do this. Let's grab that one. Grab that. And we'll grab window parts. Let's see. Let's grab 100 of those. That's not 100, that's 10. Get these lights first.
Energy low.
Wow. Alright. Like I said, we thought we were close. Looks like it. I can actually put all of this back. And grab all that, so should be able to finish that. That's all that. That's all that. 40, 50. Instructions too. Make sure all steel plate that's needed on that is done. Let's cool part is we get to see now what else accidentally powered on. Just taking a look around and see if there's anything that I missed. Yes. Yes. What's up here? Check the underside. Okay. This first, and then all of these, and all of these, because if we need any more, we're gonna have to make them. Oh, yeah, wow. That needs some more construction components. And that also needs construction components. That's all grids. That's all grids. Cool. that. Oh, I probably need scrap. Grab them all. I don't need that anymore. Don't think I have enough tubes though. Just needs the motors. Just needs motors. That needs 12 more tubes. That needs 28. 12 and 28. 40. Just need motors, and you just need motors. Antenna, each of those, and well, that was 224, 2440 is our end number. 2440. Booyah. Alright. Oh, let's jam this full of motors. Trip, but that's okay. Ah!
Low.
That was a bit of a jump scare. Took out all my reverse thrusters again. Yeah, that part where I only needed X amount of motors. Beat the hell out of this thing. It's just waiting for me to get away from these decoys. Let's see if we can just get this back and we'll repair this because we need it now. go into third person. Man, I have never had a lightning strike cause this much damage. The irony of it all. It's amazing. I mean, like, half the welded blocks on here are damaged. Like, blocks on the underside? What the hell? I'm surprised that didn't knock me out of the cockpit like it did the last time. I mean, I think I'll repeat a little bit. It scared the crap out of me so bad. Yeah. I'm just disorientated for a hot second.
Your health is low.
Yeah. You'll be fine in a minute. That one spot that's really hard to repair. least didn't blow the projector off. I made it just a pain in the ass.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
This is a quick repair. I think that might be, at the very least it's enough. Thrusters, good. Check all of you. Okay, forward and back, all good. Conveyors are all good, welders all good. Lights. Jeez, Pete, it scared the crap out of me because it just came out of nowhere. Like you do. Loaded up the last motors that is being made. I didn't fix that camera. No, I did. It just got disassociated again. Short. How bad? 7. Before I go too far, there any motors and any of this stuff. Two. just laugh every time I hear that song. I was like, that drummer just bought his first new splash cymbal. That high-pitched tinny cymbal sound, that's a splash. And it's always a big running joke when a drummer gets a new toy, you know, a new thing to his kit. Usually bangs the hell out of it. I love the irony that the last bit gets folded on by hand. Alright, let's check our projector and see what it has to say. And it says an armor block and an interior light. I'm not. Here's the interior light. The armor block I'm probably not going to find, and I'm not going to sweat it. Just going to take a quick gander. See if I can see anything that's glowing. But the fact that we went through this whole thing and we're only one armor block short is pretty impressive. And it's probably something buried real deep. I'm just curious. Let go of it. Yeah, unfortunately it's not very descriptive. It's like, you're missing an armor block. Well, there's a lot of them about. Could be anywhere. Alright, let's check the inside. Like I said, we're not going to worry about it as long as what's going on. Done. Like, why is this door not opening? It'd be better to check the other one too. Yeah, it's not done either. That'll make getting in and out kind of a challenge. Don't know why I just created 100, but what adds? We can turn you back on. All right, let's see. That's that. Everything looks good here. Yeah, it'll tell you the blocks that you missed, but it won't tell you the blocks that are not fully welded. Okay, we're reaching our hour. Well, the ship is done. Ish. finish our inspection, and then we'll call it a day. Yeah. Okay there. Quarters looks good. Check the lights. Yeah, lights are okay. Those batteries are almost fully charged. What's going on with these? Slow boat to hell is what it is. It's weird. All of a sudden it like frozen. To check is this. Alright. Yeah, my thruster's not off. Hydrogen buster's off. Gyro off. Yeah. There's thrusters, there's the backing, Atmo thrusters, yeah, backings. These are probably the interesting. I don't have weird. Why are there separate groups on for all listed, or at least these listed all in separate groups? That's why, because it was thrusters, backing. Thought these would be lift, but I guess not. These might be the right and left connectors. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Right and left connectors. Jump drive. You want to turn that off. 6. I think that's all the control we have. Yeah, don't know what that's supposed to be. Figure it out when we're flying, I guess. Alright, so we're all good. Everything looks good here. Need to get some ice on board and need to finish charging. That's about it. How much juice we got? Hard to say. We do need to do something. Actually, landing gear. I'm gonna put you in auto lock for a quick moment while I turn that off. Next thing we need to do is check to make sure this is in station, or not in station, that it's in ship mode. Info. This is B60. Ship. Okay, convert to ship. Alright. Well, it's good to see this still moves under atmospheric atmo power. So we need to get it over here so that we can start charging the tanks. And so next week we'll be hopefully taking off. Flying out, I bet this is some cameras. Forward, port, rear, starboard. Thought I had one pointing down, but oh well. Hopefully you can stay up. You got 38 minutes, so you should be fine. Don't have a downward facing camera, but put one in. Question is where? Right about there. That looks glorious. What do I have on me? I got enough for a camera. Nope. I needed a couple more computers, I think. There we go. Our blue camera on our green and white ship. Green, white, and gray, anyway. I think where that's at, I need it to be right there. don't know why I thought that I needed the block hand. I am going to need this. Let's go this way a bit. There we go. All right. That's cool. All right, so that's hooked up to that. So now it's can get ice. Take a quick look at ice before we let go. Yeah, considering this was tapped full. Kind of figured that would be the case. Let's see. What the piston's at? Yeah, it's at 10, so let's turn that off and lock it and turn that off. Okay, now we'll head back. All right, so we're finally ready to get off this ridiculous planet and move on to something new and different. I'm excited. So next week will be essentially the conclusion of Escape from Mars, because we'll actually escape from Mars, and we'll move on to something else. I don't know what I'm going to do about the title, but I'll figure it out next week. If you've made it this long, congrats. I will see you all next week. Thank you so much. Good night.